All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, Joshi, Vedanjakaja, GD Cusick, Benja Gamin Rhapsody, Carlos Raven, Lou Cloverfield, Swishy, and Lincoln. Thank you guys for the good luck. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Stephen Proctor and Bloobs. Hope everyone is doing well today. Personally, I feel somewhat physically exhausted because I walked a lot yesterday. But then I did get like 9 hours of sleep, so that was good. Also, thanks for the good luck, Strider, Jiren, Karyu, Juniper, and Blue. And thank you for the good luck as well, Douglas and RXB. Time to warm up the curry and eat while watching. This sounds like a good idea. I approve of this. Also, thanks for the good luck, Cantaloupe and Apes. But yeah, the previous time we did runs, we did not do very well. Because, partly getting unlucky, but partly just because I was not playing particularly well. So hopefully today is a little bit better. Also, hello, Lenene. Thank you for the good luck. Sorry to hear that you are still sick, but sickness do be doing that sometimes. Also, thank you very much, Bacon, for the 44 months of Tier 2. That is a lot of months, and time really does fly, yes, that's true. Thank you very much for the continued support and the best of luck. Also, nice, Bloobs. Congrats on doing the other hardest trick in the run. Also, thanks for the good luck, Fuzzy Wassy, and hello, EDH and RM69780. Also, thanks for the good luck, Drake here in VVG covers. And hello as well, Vault. Yeah, we'll start when this next title sequence finishes, so I can start the recording on a good fade-in. Also, yeah, Bacon, we, the Wind Waker randomizer async race was actually kind of funny. Me and, like, because I'm player 3 on my team, and Jasnix is player 2, and when we loaded up the seed and read the hints, I actually read the hints wrong, and I thought that I had Jasnix's magic and Triforce Shard, but in reality, Jasnix had my magic. Or no, I read it wrong as Jasnix having my magic and Triforce Shard, but in reality, I had Jasnix's magic and Triforce Shard. But that kind of played to our favor because we found, like, we delayed, like, going to Shark Island. We didn't realize that we'd read that wrong until we found both of Jasnix's both of Jasnix's magics, and we were like, wait a minute. That's not right. So I rechecked the hints, and I was like, oh, oops. But thankfully, by that point, we just found my magic elsewhere, like 5 minutes later. So it kind of helped, because then Jasnix never went to do Shark Isle. So, hooray for accidentally misreading hints. Also, thanks for the good luck, Nintendo. Thank you for the good luck as well, AMD. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yet unfortunate luck, all 3 of your players full cleared. Yeah. That is indeed unfortunate. Yeah, I was also the player who had the Deku Leaf on Needle Rock Isle, but I never found Bait Bag. Or, like, we never found my Bait Bag, so I ended up getting that after I had gotten my magic and had fire arrows. At least I think that's what happened, if I remember correctly. If I did get Bait Bag, it wasn't for a very long time. Also, thanks for the good luck, Britty Kitty and Fastest. Thanks for the good luck as well, Evangeline, Zelda, and Music Boxes. Oh yeah, the GameCube and Wii gate clips can just use the rock. It would be faster and more consistent if we could use the rock, but unfortunately using the rock was patched in HD. So instead, we have to use Opponent. So thanks for the good luck, Land Craig. You had unfortunate timing where your player one was waiting for lights and mirror shield for Jalhalla, was about to get delivery bag on Cabana, but got lights in the last location roughly. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't think Momo for us got BK'd at all. Because I think it eventually turned into Momo having to find or look for her own hookshot. That was like the sticking point. Or at least one of the sticking points for us. Nice. Oh my goodness. What is happening? That was a very sloppy push. This is the first attempt of the day. Okay. Not too bad, though. So the new clip method that involves, like, doing roll stabs, or just generally displacing yourself very specifically into a wall is not, or at least does not seem to be possible in Twilight Princess HD, as far as I can tell, at least. So, if it is possible in TPHD, we're not using it today because we have not figured out how to do it, if it is possible, but we think more than likely it's just been patched in TPHD, so I would not expect to be using it at some point for TPHD. But, like, it'll obviously be helpful when I run GameCube Twilight Princess again whenever that happens. Oh my goodness. Wow, amazing goats. I am also glad that the new clipping method for GameCube got rid of the old Pogate skip method, because that Pogate skip method on GameCube was stupid. Or at least I specifically didn't like it. And even though HD basically does the same thing, it's much easier on HD. Thanks to the input buffering. For 100% runs, at least in Twilight Princess HD, because we have to get the fishing rod and slingshot, we have to do the start of Orden Days 1 and 2 anyway, so we end up getting the wooden sword to deal with them in 100%. If there was a way to skip the wooden sword, we would, but we can't do gate clip after we get slingshot because Colin doesn't let us use Epona when that happens. Back in Time does not work in Skyward Sword HD, no. That's why Skyward Sword HD any percent is 4 hours long. Instead of 1 hour long like Wii any percent. How did I figure out / discover the tech for the new clips in Twilight Princess? I guess basically just as a consequence of noticing certain things by happenstance. As essentially there was, I was trying to, like, mess around near, the Pogate using a different, weird interaction that, like, almost clips Wolf Link through the Pogate, but not quite. That involves, like, picking up an item in Wolf Link's mouth and, like, trying to use that item's collision, or that, like, object's collision to do weird things. Nice. Good rope. But while that was happening, I noticed that there was a frame that Wolflink was, like, almost clipping through a different wall, and, like, getting displaced really weirdly for a single frame. And that if I called Midna on that single frame to, like, stop Wolflink from moving again, he actually would stay in the wall at that position. At least for a little bit before, like, an animation would clip him back in bounds. Or would push him back in bounds. But then I just tried setting, like, regular Human Link's position to that exact same position, and Human Link also stayed in the wall. And I was like, oh, okay, like, is it just possible to stand at this really specific location in this wall? And the answer was yes, because I just did some, like, basic math to figure out, how to displace myself into the wall like that by dropping a pot behind Link, and that worked. And I was like, oh, okay, well now we can just do a rupee slide to get through the gate. And now all we have to do is figure out how to get set up into an extremely precise position, and we can clip through most walls if we have a rupee available. And so that's basically what happened. I believe it was always known that gate clip worked with Epona. Because, like, you can... Because the old strategy for GameCube and Wii was to gate clip through the Lanayru gate with Epona. And the Orden gate is, like, the same kind of object as the Lanayru gate. It's just, not as wide. Nice. I don't think Box Breaker is any easier on GameCube now. Maybe the notches might make for an easier potential setup. Or, like, being able to time it based on Wolflink's footsteps like I try to do. But also, like, the new kind of clipping is the... It's the exact same kind of clipping that had already been used for Temple of Time to do the Door of Time skip. Where, like, you push Link against it with one of the statues. This is just figuring out what the general case of that is. Also, I hate this wall. Why... Why does it always take 3 attempts if we fail the wall once? 4 attempts. Also, thanks for the good luck, philosopher. But no, the new clipping technique does not work in TPHD as far as we can tell. If it somehow does work, it does not work the same way, because, like, trying to set up Link's position in the range that works for the clipping in GameCube does not work for HD at all. What was going on with that jump is that that ledge is stupid. I guess it's maybe not the ledge that's stupid, but, like, I think the trigger for the Midna jump might be kind of not placed well. And so it causes Wolflink to not get all the way up on the ledge if you're not in the right position. We don't do Sword and Shield skip in HD, no. The only reason Sword and Shield skip would ever be useful is if we somehow figure out how to do early Master Sword as Wolflink during Fair and Twilight. Because the problem with doing Sword and Shield skip now without early Master Sword is that then we just don't have a weapon to use because we also skipped getting the sword if we do Sword and Shield skip. Also, wow, that ledge wasted a lot of time. That was dumb. Also, thanks for the good luck, Mieritari. Also, hello, Tind, and thanks for the good luck, Orion. Also, thanks for the good luck, Soli Gold. Well, so changes were made to Twilight Princess HD to prevent you from doing early Master Sword, at least the same way that GameCube and Wii does it, because they added new invisible walls to North Farron Woods. And they also changed the Shadow Beast AI for that Shadow Beast fight specifically, so that the Shadow Beasts can't give you the slow attack that's used to get the normal super jump. Really? Bro. Alright, well. Billy... What is going on? Alright, well, we're not saving any time here either, I guess. Really? It's not the direction I wanted the bug to travel. So thanks for the good luck now you ask, but why? Is there a certain point where I decide I'm too far into a run to reset? I mean, usually that would be pretty late. Like... At least for all dungeons, I would probably have had to have finished Palace of Twilight to decide that I'm not going to reset. Will I read YouTube chat today? No. Yeah, HD has fewer tiers, for each Twilight section than SD. HD only has 12, whereas SD has 16. Wii stands for the Wii game console that was released by Nintendo in 2006. When we say, like, Twilight Princess, GameCube, and Wii, we're talking about Twilight Princess, the two versions of Twilight Princess, the one that was released for the GameCube and the other one that was released for the Wii when the game originally came out. Yeah, it is possible to do the Epona dive past the Elden Bridge with a bottle. That's what we used to do, actually, but then it was figured out that we could actually do those Epona dives with a Midna call, and so that skips us having to get the bottle if we do it with the Midna dive instead of, or with Midna instead of the bottle. Because unfortunately, unfortunately, getting a bottle is a, like, 40-second detour, so it also involves a bunch of RNG, because it requires us to get 100 rupees if we want to get a bottle, and there is, unfortunately, no quick 100 rupees to get early on in the game. Somehow that actually wasn't too bad of a monkey. If you item slide for too long in Wind Waker, you crash, yes. If Link's potential position becomes too high on... any axis, then the game voluntarily crashes. Because of assert statements that were left in the code. I'm not sure if... Like, I honestly don't remember if you would crash on Semu because of that. Depends on how Semu implements those assert calls. So thanks for the good luck, Shark Eater and Makuya. Thank you for the good luck, 2 Brills. Okay. Really? Well, that was dumb. How far do I usually go before deciding if a run will get to PB or not? I mean, I don't think I get to arbitrarily decide if a run PBs at any point. It's only a PB if I successfully finish the run faster than my previous PB. Really? So thanks for the good luck, Kelsey. No, the new clipping method is only possible on GameCube and Wii. It's not possible on HD. That spider sometimes a run killer? If you're talking about the one we just jump slashed past in the previous room, no. That one's not one to generally be worried about. Nice. So thanks for the good luck parallelograms in 1 star. Well, 100% for this game does also save those monkeys. If you're thinking about 100% for the GameCube version, I believe that run does skip collecting the monkeys, but on HD we can't do the back-in-time shenanigans to skip having to collect those monkeys, so... we have to collect at least those 2 to be able to get to this side of the dungeon to get Gale Boomerang. 3. Broke your game because you were in Twilight as Link and went into the water temple and your system crashed. I mean, I don't think just being Link in Twilight and going to Lakebed Temple would crash the game, since that happens in GameCube speedruns all the time, but could have been something else weird that happened. Well, this start is not great, but continue it. Well, thanks for the good luck, Master Hot Dogs. Skyward Sword is one of my favorite Zeldas because I really like the art style, and I think that Skyward Sword also has the best combat of any Zelda game. Nice. Well, it is still possible to technically enter Lakebed early on HD. Like, you can do Gate Clip with Epona while you're Human Link to get to Lake Hylia and Lanayru Twilight as Human Link. And you can still do Pillar Clip then, but then you're just kind of stuck there and you can't do anything. But, like, people have also done Pillar Clip to enter Lakebed on HD, and, like, as Human Link in the Twilight, and that hasn't crashed. The amiibo for this speedrun is just used to load our save file faster. If you tap the amiibo on the title screen, the Wolflink amiibo gets associated with a specific file, and basically we just associate it with file 1. And then if we tap it on the title screen, it will immediately load file 1 without us having to go into, like, the file selection menu. So it saves, like, 3 seconds per save or something like that. You just made a whole entire meal and then ruined it by dumping seasoning all over it because your roommate decided to remove the little plastic shaker circle from the seasoning bottle. You have my condolences for this unoptimal thing happening. Am I hoping for the 40th anniversary? You want Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks HD so badly. I mean, I would be down for really anything Zelda related. I think there's probably a decent chance that we get some kind of remake this year, but I don't know what game it would be for. OTHD with Rando win. I mean, if Nintendo, like, releases a new remake of something on Switch 2, I don't think that game's not getting a Rando for the foreseeable future. If for some reason there was like a Switch version and a Switch 2 version, the Switch version could potentially get a Rando, but Switch 2 homebrew would have to exist first before doing something like that. Oh, I mean, I don't think Nintendo is ever going to include some sort of, like, randomizer mode for a Zelda game. I mean, I don't think Breath of the Wild is ever going to get a remake, because we already have Breath of the Wild Switch 2 Edition, as well as Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 Edition. Yeah, I mean, like, if some sort of remake is happening, it would either have to be something like an Oracle's or Minish Cap or DS Games remake. Um, or you'd have to remake one that had already been remade before, which, like, personally, I feel like you could just do that and just remake one even if it's already been remade before. What is this Cargrock doing? Well, that was a slow Cargrock flight. Feel like they'll never remake something they've already remade. I mean, I feel like even from just like a business perspective, right? Like a lot of the uh like OOT 3D through Twilight Princess HD are all stuck on consoles that are like not being updated anymore, or that like Nintendo's not officially supporting anymore, right? Like obviously Skyward Sword HD is on Switch, so like the current console that Nintendo is supporting, you can play Skyward Sword HD on, but the other ones are all on older consoles that like you can't like the games as they exist you cannot sell to consumers because they're not in a form that the Switch is able to play. What would I like to see in a future game? I mean, I think for me the biggest thing is I would like the progression of the game to have some structure to it, instead of being just absolutely purely open world. So, like, I think the sort of structure that like A Link Between Worlds has, or that Echoes of Wisdom has, is what I would prefer, or what I would like to see in whatever the next Zelda game is. But yeah, like, I guess I personally would be kind of surprised if Nintendo didn't end up remaking Ocarina of Time again at some point. Like, at the very least. Granted, I do think that, like, in a world where, like, Nintendo trusts, like, Grezzo and Tantalus to develop new Zelda games, right? Like, I would much prefer Grezzo and Tantalus to actually develop, like, new original Zelda games purely instead of, like, only mostly focusing on remakes. Right? You know, like, let Grezzo handle making new 2D games and then let Tantalus handle, like, making new traditional style 3D Zelda games, right? That are smaller in scope than what Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are. Also, thank you very much, Arctic Zelda, for the 43 months at Tier 1. And thank you very much for the good luck. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that probably makes, like, potential remakes of older games less likely is just the fact that the NSO service exists, at least to some extent. Like, obviously that's not completely true because, like, Link's Awakening on Switch also exists as one of the NSO titles. Also, I'm very far over here. Right on this trick first. Cool. Well, took forever to find forward there, which kind of sucked, but sometimes that's how it be. But yeah, like, obviously, Link's Awakening exists on the NSO service, but also we have a remake of Link's Awakening on Switch. You, sir. Nice. Well, not like we were gonna make the vent cycle anyway. Oh, man. Run is not great so far. At least compared to my PB. So, hello, Bush Baby. You remember watching me play Wind Waker HD back in 2013? Wow, that was a while ago. That was back before item sliding. Wasn't I 2 years old then? Ah, no, that would have been when I was 15. Yeah, you could try changing the quality of the stream on Twitch, if you haven't tried doing that yet, but... Also, thanks for the 50-bit combo. I think that's how much that was. That's not where I split for that. I don't know why I had the urge to split there. First stream you watched was a Wind Waker run where someone spammed the Blue Rupee Bits Redeem for like an hour and a half. Ah, yeah, that did indeed happen. I mean, I don't think it makes much sense to add a split there, since then the next split would just be like 2 minutes later, and there's not a whole lot that happens in those 2 minutes. Well, yeah, when I say, like, I don't think this run is great at the moment, like, what that usually means is, like, I am not happy with the mistakes that I have made so far in this run. Or, like, some of the mistakes that happened were stupid, like the ledge in Orden Village that took 4 attempts at jumping at with Midna before we got up onto it. There are some speed games where there are more splits than minutes. I mean, they can usually make sense if the game is really short, right? Like, it makes sense to have more than 5 splits for, like, a Super Mario Bros. Run. But, like, I don't think it makes sense to split that often in Twilight Princess. So, hello, TV Maniac. Come to a run that has a not-so-stellar start. This run is perfect in your eyes. Oh. I will unfortunately have to say that I disagree. I'm glad you can see the positives in things. Also, thanks for the good luck 64-bit. So the bugs that are in Zora's River will kind of just continue to follow you if you miss them initially. I guess because the devs for those ones specifically felt like it would be annoying if you had to, like if you missed a bug and had to then redo the entire river section to go back and get it. So those bugs specifically don't run away from you. Wasn't expecting Wolflink to, like, run up onto the bug. No, I wasn't expecting him to jump onto the bug like that, because I pressed B too early. I don't think the new Twilight Princess tech is gonna help find barrier skip now. And that's because there isn't really a way to displace Link. The amount of units that you would need to be able to, like, get close to the barrier. But also the barrier, like, the barrier itself is a slanted polygon, so you wouldn't be able to get close to it like that, because you can only get close to walls for the new type of clipping if they're, like, perfectly vertical. So if the new technique was going to be applied at all, it would have to be applied in, like, the first third of the game, where the barrier doesn't exist, but instead you're blocked by the guards and, like, the door that you can't open. And, like, in theory, I guess you could do it there, but there's no way to displace Link by the amount of units necessary. And even if you could, there's no way to get a pickup, an item pickup animation there to then actually clip through the wall. Well, so loading into Hyrule Castle requires opening the door that leads to Hyrule Castle. That's, like, what starts the loading sequence. So as long as you can still open that door, regardless of what you're doing, you can enter Hyrule Castle. Really? Come on. Bro. I am surprised this did not work. Well, I guess this run just continues to make mistakes. So thanks for the good luck, Ryan. The GameCube version is by far the most popular one to speedrun of all the Twilight Princess versions. And then after that, I don't know which one of Wii or Wii U is more popular. Lately it would definitely be Wii, but I guess I don't know about historically. The slide off of Epona works by holding ZR and then releasing ZR and pressing A on the same frame. My favorite Twilight Princess glitch. I think probably just long jump attacking. Long jump attacking isn't glitching, though. Well, per the speedrun leaderboard rules, it is a glitch if you do it with the Gale Boomerang. Since Gale Boomerang long jump attacks are not allowed in glitch lists. Like, long jump attacking itself is definitely somewhat of an intended mechanic. You're just not intended to be able to do it with the Gale Boomerang, obviously, because that very easily allows you to skip a lot of puzzles in the game. Which I don't think was the intention by the developers. Yeah, the Wii version did release before the GameCube version as a way to, like, get more people to pick up a Wii. But, like, Twilight Princess was originally designed as what you see in the GameCube version. And then was mirrored for the Wii version so that Link could hold his sword in his right hand. Alright, though. Wow, we're starting off with the worst possibility. Amazing. Oh, why do you do this? Three slaps. Ah, yeah, Link is right-handed in Skyward Sword. And then, yeah, just continued to be right-handed in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom also. Thanks for the good luck, Idrisil. Link might still be left-handed in Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild, but night training forced him to use his right hand. I mean, maybe? I guess, for all intents and purposes, though, people are going to interpret whatever Link's handedness is as whatever hand his sword is in. Oh. Surprised that it took that many attempts. I thought the, like, second one and onward looked fine. So thanks for the good luck, Winix. Far right. I don't know why I couldn't go further left for some reason. And that was too far left. Thanks, camera. I think that run is probably not going to be it. A small break before starting the next one. But, like, who cares if Link is left or right-handed? I mean, yeah, I don't think it's really that important of a detail, but I know that for some reason when Breath of the Wild Link was right-handed, some people got angry over that, but I guess that's just the internet getting angry at details that don't matter. At least in my opinion, but like... it definitely mattered to some people. So, hello, Boss Lady Trey. Thank you for the good luck. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Complex Milk. I prefer tricks that are less setup and more feeling the right angle, or the OOT/MM kind of setups. I guess it kind of just depends on the specific trick. Like, I don't think I necessarily prefer tricks one way or the other. I just kind of, like, have a gauge for how fun I think each trick is. Most tricks I think are pretty fun. Occasionally some tricks suck, though. Usually for, like, consistency reasons, but not always. Also, thanks for the good luck. Something is not right, but why? Have I seen the novel displacement glitch in TPSD? Yes. I was the first person to see it because I discovered it. At least the general use case that resulted in all the findings over the past few days. So thanks for the good luck, Mad Monk Magic. The 44 out of 438 is the number of total runs over the number of completed attempts. So you'll see now that I started the timer, the attempt counter went up to 439 because we started a new attempt. Also, you're good. Something is not right, but why? I have gotten that same question a couple times, so... No, the new technique doesn't work in HD, so none of its applications are useful for for HD since it doesn't work. At least as far as we can tell, it doesn't work. If somehow it does work, it does not work the same way, because displacing yourself to the same position does not result in Link being close to the wall. Yeah, it works on Wii. It is faster to not change the camera control, but I'm already way too used to the camera control being that way specifically, because that's how it was in the original Twilight Princess and the original Wind Waker, which is where I first learned to use the free cam. And unfortunately, there is no way to set it before starting the file, so I have to just take the, 3-second time penalty to changing the controls. Nice. Well, in theory, if you could learn this run and do it as well as my PB, you would beat my PB by 3 seconds. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, it is kind of funny that the answer the whole time was just to rupee slide through the Poe gate. We just had to figure out how to get really close to the Poe gate first. Yeah, it also, I think it's interesting how, the free cam, like the direction that the free cam moves in like the 2000s is or at least from Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, the direction that the free cam moves was inverted compared to the original games by default. You heard that I found new tech? I did find new tech that works in GameCube and Wii, yes. Not on HD, though, so you're not gonna see anything new in this run. That was kind of sketchy. But, because we never had the Boko swing at us, so sure. Oh, come on. Alright, very nice. Also, thank you very much for the raid and the good luck, Araxis. Thanks for the good luck as well, Hungry Plate. Okay. Not the best start, but hopefully we'll be able to push. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know if... I'm surprised how many other goats got pushed in the wrong direction there. Wow, that sucks. I don't know if that's enough. I found the new Twilight Princess tech when I was essentially investigating a weird interaction that you can do near the Poe Gate, and the weird interaction just sort of like by happenstance managed to displace Link into the wall at the perfect, like, displace Link into the wall like we do for the clips for a single frame, even though the interaction itself was completely unrelated to that. And so I was like, oh, like, if I just, like, can I just displace Link into the wall without this weird interaction? And the answer was just yes, so... I was like, oh, okay, well, if we can displace Link this far into a wall, then we can just rupee slide and get through the wall. Also, thanks for the good look, Evangeline Zelda. Oh yeah, I mean, with the new clipping technique, the GameCube any percent speedrun has saved like 2.5 minutes, I think, just with various, like all the various uses combined. Alright, Irsu, we'll see you later. Thanks for watching today. One more. There you go. Come on, stay on the wall, please. A little sloppy with that second one, but... So thanks for the good luck, Becca Joys. We had a run today that got to, like, a little over an hour in, but it was, like, slowly losing time over the course of the whole run, so... As far as the runs are going, that's been the only one that got somewhere. That goat ran in the wrong direction. No, why did... Seriously, bro? This one goat moved too far sideways and influenced the rest of these goats to then also move too far sideways. Well, that was dumb. Do I like to play car racing games or something like that? I would not say that car racing games particularly appeal to me. Like, I enjoy playing Mario Kart, but I don't enjoy Mario Kart because it is a racing game. Also, thanks for the good luck, Cryptid. Thanks for the good luck also, Vistink. How does Epona clip through the gate on her own? Great question. The world will probably never know. Epona is obviously magic. Ah, I see. That would make sense. Finds another horse and does the exact same clip. I mean, that could also be a plausible explanation, yeah. I don't think we see any other horses. Or no, that's not true, actually. There's a horse during the wagon escort section. Okay. Oh yeah, Ganondorf also has a horse, huh? That one goat didn't go in. Well... Seriously? My guy. You were literally right next to the pen, and you just decided no. Also, shoutouts to 44 attempts, or 44 completed runs, out of 444 attempts. So thanks for the good luck, Debrari. So thanks for the good luck, I'm sweet. So thank you very much, Deblot, for the 34 months of Prime. Thank you for the good luck as well. Also, really, that roll was too early? Well, thankfully, I don't think goats, will ever have as much time loss potential as Pogate Skip does. So thanks for the good luck, Kathy. Though there is RNG to the goats, but the RNG is basically how sensitive each individual goat is, because they always start in the same position. But the sensitivity of each goat, I believe, is determined when the goat is, like, spawned in, basically. So it's not really something you can know ahead of time, but, like, there are certain goats where it's, like, nice if the goat is not sensitive, and other goats where it's nice if the goat is sensitive, because, like, if the very first goat that we have to sort of, like, awkwardly move to try and, head towards the pen is very sensitive, that's usually bad, because then the goat will usually move just in a way that's, like, away from the pen. But if that goat is really insensitive, then we can kind of wrap around nicely to make it go towards the pen cleanly. What is this camera? Please. A little sketchy at the end. Yeah, I mean, like, there is, like, you could probably make a movement pattern that always does goats really safely that will always work, but, you would probably end up getting a time of, like, 30 seconds with it consistently, which would be a 10-second time loss. Like, that looks like it's probably a good start. Yeah, okay. It's decent enough. One of the goats went slightly away from the pen, but we can probably fix that. But, like, this goat being sensitive was bad, because it caused him to go all the way over here, which we did not want to have happen. And unfortunately, the one goat that faced away from the pen did not get pushed back toward the pen, and so went this way now. Dang. It's my favorite minigame in the Zelda series. I mean, it has to be Sploosh Kaboom. Because Sploosh Kaboom is too iconic to not be my favorite one. Also, really? Hello. I'd like to move Epona forward, thank you. Also kind of surprised that tired since I got like 9 hours of sleep. I'm very surprised I didn't get hit by that Baba. Really? Ugh. It is pretty convenient that they don't continue hitting us, or trying to hit us at all when we're pushing them. Oh, that was a lot of sensitive goats right there. Don't know how well this is gonna work. Yeah. Well, I don't know what was with those goats at the start, but that certainly was not what we wanted. Ah, yeah, we had a run that made it like, at like an hour and 20 minutes into the run. But then I had to reset because we just lost too much time. How many displacement clips have been routed in? For GameCube and 8%, I think 2? I think there's only 2. For all dungeons, there's 4. I guess there's an optional one you can do in Lake Bed if you don't want to do the double LJA in the main room. You won't see any of them in HD, though. Because the displacement clips don't work in HD. I just placed opponent wrong there. not too surprising. The visual cue didn't line up like I was expecting it to. Oh, I guess, yeah, there's the one in the Arolphos room that I wasn't thinking of. Kinda sucks that the Arolphos room one doesn't just completely skip activating the fight, but... oh well. Oh, and there's the one in Snow Peak. I forgot about that one, too. So that's, like, at least 4 for any percent, 6 for all dungeons. I guess actually 7 for all dungeons, because all dungeons would do the Snow Peak one twice. Nice. So thanks for the good run, Elementalic. Or the good run. The good luck. I know how to read. Sometimes. There's not a specific time that I'm trying to push this category to, I just want a run that is better than my current PB. It was not the button I wanted to equip the lantern to. So thank you very much, Giluchet, for the 3 months of Prime. To appreciate the continued support. Ow. Do I have a favorite trick in any game that I just like doing? I mean, I would say that I like doing most tricks that I do in any of the speedruns. So thank you very much, Audio Killers, for the raid. Thanks for the good luck as well. So thanks for the good luck, Starspace. Last one. Oh, stay on the wall, please. Really? Bro. Runs have been a little blech today. Currently just trying to get past goats again for the last, like, 40 minutes. So thanks for the good luck, liquid luck. How would I rate this game casually? I mean, casually, I think all of the Zelda games are pretty good, including this one. This game does have some pretty solid dungeon design, I would say. For the most part, at least. Palace of Twilight is not particularly interesting from a gameplay perspective. It's probably the weakest dungeon in the game, even though visually it looks very neat. But it gets old when every single puzzle is just defeat the Zant heads to spawn the small key chest. Alright, Victor, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck. Hope that bed is comfy. So thanks for the good luck, Frosty. A little too slow. Yeah, in a lot of Zelda games, there's usually, I don't know about usually, but there's usually, or at least, I think in pretty much all Zelda games before Twilight Princess, there was a magic meter. Except maybe the original Legend of Zelda, there wasn't one. actually know if there was one in Minish Cap, but yeah, in a good chunk of Zelda games, Link has a magic meter and can like, some of the items that he has require using power from the magic meter. Like in Ocarina of Time, the fairy spells that he can cast require using the magic meter. Nice. I did not hold the direction I wanted to there. So, good evening and thanks for the good luck, Vivale. We began streaming, we began multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube last month. When I did my first stream back from, EDQ. Yeah, Twilight Princess was originally supposed to make use of a magic meter, but they ended up scrapping that. And yes, there is box art on the back of the box for the original game that has a magic meter. I actually don't know if the GameCube one has it also or not. Get my GameCube copy out to check. The GameCube one does not appear to have the magic bar. Which makes sense, because they retook the screenshots for the GameCube versions, that you would actually see the GameCube UI and not the Wii UI on the back. I believe at least one of the things that magic would have been used for was going to be to transform between human and wolf link. Which, like, kind of makes sense because, like, the game at least refers to the Shadow Crystal as some kind of magic, but maybe the idea would have been, like, Midna would have seen the Shadow Crystal and then would have been, like, able to study it and been like, okay, I understand how its magic works. I can now do this at will to you if you want, but it's gonna cost some magic power, or something like that. Well, you got the other bokoblins stuck in there. That's not a good sign. Thankfully, he just wandered out afterwards. Hello, esoteric angels. Also, yeah, green chew jelly does still exist in the game. It just doesn't do anything if you try to drink it. And this looks like a good start. Oh, never mind. This goat decided to be special. Oh, that other goat also decided to be special. Ow. I like the Super Bowl and the Olympics. I have not watched either, so I can't say. Nice camera. Oh, of course, Charlie Winslow. Glad you enjoy the streams. Oh, come on. Sloppy at the end. So thanks for the good luck, Asher. Would I rather the Deku Shield or the Boko Shield IRL? You mean like a Boko Shield from, like, Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? I don't know, honestly. Bang. Oh, one guy had to be special. That's fine, though. We can actually continue this time. Wow. So thanks for the good luck, Skyward Star. Sorry to hear that work was rough, but hopefully you can relax a little now. Yeah, I mean, as far as the best wooden shield, I would probably also go with the Orden shield. But thank you very much, Programagus, for the 5 months of Tier 3. You keep saying, go back to the corner, you mean to the player, not Wolflink trying to escape the Hyrule Castle dungeon. Well, I mean, like I said previously, there is a corner back there. If you ignore depth perception, you could trick yourself into thinking that I'm in the corner. OMG, the rest of the game, yeah. The rest of the game does exist past goats, thankfully. I made Link's goat herding instead of Link's crossbow training. Okay, but honestly, the thought of herding goats in other places does sound kind of funny. Like, just imagine trying to herd all of the goats out of Arbiter's grounds while Stallard attacks you. As far as we know, there isn't a way to drop the Bokos into a void during Boko pushing, because that would require, like, dropping them out of bounds. I continue to run Twilight Princess HD on Wii U if it got an enhanced port to Switch 2. I mean, it would depend. If it was literally just exactly Twilight Princess HD, but now it's on Switch 2, I would probably just switch over to Switch 2 exclusively. Because the only thing we would lose time to in that case is having to pause to equip items, and but we would probably save back quite a lot of time just for reduced load times, most likely. Also, thanks for the good luck magic box. None of the monkeys have official names except for Ook, I'm pretty sure. Including the one that has a flower on its head. Actually surprised we'd save time there. I didn't think we were going to. Double Howard. Wow. So thanks for the good luck, Enmans. milk expired today. Oh, well. Might be time to go buy some more then. Thanks for the good luck, though, a happy lamb. What am I doing? Been a while since I did that. Wrong muscle memory. For some reason my mind was like, yeah, I just beat Forest Temple. Time to roll out of Farron. So thanks for the good luck and wearer. Yeah, I mean, if like if Twilight Princess got remade again, I would expect Twilight Princess HD to be like the base for that. There's the keys. Darn it. Got a slow swing. Really? Okay, well that sucks. This is a really slow swing. Essentially. Obviously, we lost a lot of time there because I accidentally went to try to leave the forest instead of just talking to Koro. So thanks for the good luck, Neru Kitsune. Welcome to the stream. Also, thanks for the good luck, Dashing Wolf guy in Mitsuri. And that was weird. The game did not target what I thought it was going to target. I'm not going to be able to skip that. That sucks. I use gamepad to run this game. So thanks for the good luck craze VFX. Howdy Comics, thank you for the good luck. Hope that you are doing well. Thanks for the good luck as well, Narwin. You had jury duty today. Interesting. I know a bunch of people who all had jury duty recently. 2. Okay, starting off with 2 is pretty strong. Oh wow, only 4 hops. Oh, nice miss. Sucks that we're losing time anyway, despite the perfect Ook RNG. Yeah, I mean, 4 hops is the minimum number that you can get on Ook. Are we close enough to the chest? Yes. Alright, excellent. Are you allowed to talk to yourself across both Twitch and YouTube chats? I mean, you can be in whichever chat you want, yeah. Or both. So thanks for the good luck Fubuki need. Howard. Alright, Vivale, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck. Hope that you have a good night. So thank you very much, Wraith, for the 54 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck as well. That is 4.5 years. So thank you very much for the continued support. I almost warped to the wrong place. That would have not been good. Thank you for the raid, Mihu Cat. I don't know why I read the name and wanted to say Miku Hat. But it's not where the H and the K are. Whoa, hold on. It's not quite what I wanted. Did an Archipelago rando and are doing Zelda TP full sanity. Ah, I see. That is quite a lot of checks. We do the Lanayru gate early because even if, even if we did go to beat Goron Mines second, we, it's still faster to go through Lanayru this way instead of going through the normal way. Because going through the normal way requires running across all of North Elden Field, as well as Lanayru Field and the field next to Hyrule, or Hyrule Castletown. And just warping to Farron and running to the Lake Hylia bridge through the gate clip is 30 seconds faster than that running sequence. But yeah, we also delayed doing Goron Mines until much later anyway. Also, thanks for the good luck. Silly creatures, silly fun. Thanks for the good luck as well, Nihu Cat. I ever play this game normally again? I guess that depends on what you mean by normally. Like, even if I played this game casually, I would still, I would still move through it in ways that are very influenced by speedrunning, even if I wasn't doing any glitches. And, the idea of doing that sounds, mildly fun, but I feel like there are better things I could be doing with my time than playing Twilight Princess again casually. Yeah, I mean, I think I would still enjoy the game if I played it casually, but I would definitely not enjoy it as much compared to, like, the first time that I played it casually, because, like, there isn't really any surprise to where the game goes left, which is, like, a lot of the reason that I would find it fun to play casually. Also, thank you very much, Pride, for the 32 months of Tier 1. Thank you for the good luck on alling the donjons in high definition. I will do my best to succeed in this task. So thank you very much, Basil, for the 61 months of Prime. And thank you for the good luck fast. It would be nice to have good luck quickly. Granted, I don't usually need much good luck during this segment. Well, I guess... Actually, I'm not sure if there's any RNG to this bug at all, but, like, sometimes this bug drops down from the top level. Like when we're climbing up. Nice. I'm not sure if the way the bug turns before we get up here is RNG, or if it's influenced by how we're moving. So thanks for the good luck on-shot 1 kill. How do I pick which Zelda game I want to run next? Just whichever one I'm feeling like running next is what I run next. Which, whenever we finish being done with Twilight Princess HD, will probably be Skyward Sword. On the Wii. That's not going to work. I don't know why finding straight up is not happening today. But it certainly is not happening today for some reason. I don't think I'm going to try the TAS route for Skyward Sword now. So thanks for the good luck, Ted. Also, yeah, the archipelago that me, Phil, and Samu did was a lot of fun. And we're moving again. Nice. This trick is basically just a precise jump, but to do this precise jump, I have to be holding, like, basically perfectly straightforward on the analog stick, but the problem is I can't find perfectly straightforward. I keep on alternating between mostly straightforward and slightly left, or mostly straightforward and slightly right today for some reason. I'm not sure why, because I don't usually have this much trouble with finding where perfectly straightforward is. For some reason today, it's being really difficult. Also, the bug's still here, right? Yeah, okay. I don't know. I usually don't have this many issues with... Or, like, it usually doesn't take me this long, or this consistently long, to find straightforward. But... for some reason today, it's being real tricky. The timer's not going because I reset. Because I failed doing this trick after taking a long time to set it up. If the timer is not running, you can always assume that the run has ended. The jump we do there is to jump past the trigger that normally causes the bug to begin running into the house, so that we can instead go around to where the house is first, and then trigger like the bug going up, because that will allow us to kill the bug before it goes into the house, and that makes the house explode without us having to go in the house ever. Right, because then we can just go up here, kill the bug like this, and then the house just disappears. Also, thank you very much, Surge, for the 106 months of Tier 1. That is an insane amount of time to be subscribed for. But thank you very much for the continued support, and hope that you are doing well. Time isn't real anymore. I think it is, it just doesn't feel like it sometimes. Okay, I don't know why I hesitated with that. That was perfectly fine. The trick is the Wolf Bomb House skip, where we jump so that we don't trigger the bug that goes into the house through the crawl hole. And then if we go to the house first and trigger the bug from the other side, we can kill the bug before it goes into the house, and that causes the house to explode, because the flag for that bug being dead and also the flag for the house being gone are the same. It was intentionally designed that way, because if the house is blown up, then, like, the bug shouldn't be there anymore either. That skips us having to go into the house to cause it to blow up, and just effectively allows us to blow it up in a glitchy way that you're not supposed to do. And I do the start blindfolded now. I could not do the start blindfolded now. Also, thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner. I've never done a blindfolded run, no. So we look up and stare at the sky before we do the Wolf Bomb House skip, because that's where, like, that's how we consistently angle the camera to get a cue for making sure we're lined up correctly and also holding perfectly straight forward on the control stick. So I wait for the Twilight portal in the bottom right of the screen to look a certain way before, like, while I'm holding forward and making sure that the way it looks is not changing before going to do the actual jump. My favorite boss fight in the Zelda series is Demise from Skyward Sword. I mean, I'm sure there's any number of cues you could use for straightforward roam, but the difficulty is not just facing straightforward, but also holding straightforward at the same time, right? So, by looking all the way up, then we can hold forward without Link looking more up and, like, changing the visual cue. Because if we were looking anywhere else, then holding up would make us look all the way up anyway. So it's a cue for both the angle and to also let us know that we're holding the correct direction. Yeah, and the Wii U gamepad does not have notches now. Come on, turn around. Rolling speed is not higher than in the original version, no. If you did use a controller that has notches, at least for Twilight Princess HD, I don't think there's anything that's technically in the rules about using notches, but if someone did use a notched controller, that probably would spark a debate about whether or not notched controllers should be allowed. Because I know that was a point of contention a while ago for Wind Waker HD speedrunning, because having notches, at least at the time, would have trivialized, like, lining up for one of the skips in the game. So, bad goats. And ultimately, the Wind Waker HD community voted to not allow notches. With the general reasoning being that, like, if you allow notched controllers, For Wind Waker HD, then basically if you want to get any top time, you'll be required to get a controller that has notches, which, at least for the Wii U, there are not any first-party controllers that have notches. So thanks for the good luck, Dopey Nut. If I could remove a mandatory trick from this game, which would it be? I mean, technically none of the tricks in this game are mandatory, but if we're talking about one that's mandatory for this specific speedrun route, I would definitely remove early Snow Peak if possible. Like, at least for Twilight Princess HD, that decision's pretty easy. Language doesn't really matter for this speedrun. I don't think we actually know which language is the fastest. For Twilight Princess HD. So thanks for the good luck, Ben. Yeah, the problem with the French text in the original PAL release is not in HD either. Are the RNG reset points in this game besides the hurting? I don't know if I would say that any of the RNG points are, like, typical run resetters aside from Goats. Goats is mostly just a run resetter because it's so early. Same reason why, like, Iron Boots is a reset point in GameCube and Wii, because it's also so early. Like, usually regardless of what the Iron Boot, or, like, the Bow RNG is for TPHD, we typically will just roll with it because it's over an hour into the run. Same thing with, like, Armagoma and Puppet Zelda, because they're so close to the end of the run that, like, if you lose a ton of time to RNG to Armagoma or Puppet Zelda, you may as well just finish the run anyway. I mean, I don't have any plans to make another Elusive Glitches video at this very moment, but that doesn't mean that there aren't more that won't be made in the future. I mean, if you could somehow skip Iron Boots, that would be helpful, yes, but currently you absolutely need Iron Boots to defeat Morpheal for the first phase. And also to defeat the underwater phase of the Zant fight. Oh my god, why are you not sensitive? Hello? Goat? I am here? What are my favorite games to do runs on? If it's a 3D game that starts with The Legend of Zelda as the title, then I will probably enjoy running it. So thanks for the raid, Bacon. Hello, Sledgen. I believe I will be the one to discover early Hyrule Castle. Probably not, if it exists. But that's not really a question that we can know the answer to, since we can't predict the future. Yeah, Roan. The new displacement clip technique has a bunch of different uses. There's the Poe Gate skip and City Gate clip ones that it's used for. You can also save time with it by clipping into the Deku Toad fight from the front side by just going through the gate. Also allows us to do Door of Time skip a couple seconds faster in Temple of Time. And also allows us to clip through the locked door in Snow Peak that we needed to either collect a key for or do Last Freezered. Cancel the skip otherwise. Also, yeah, GameCube Twilight Princess is pretty expensive these days. Nice. Well, I don't think I'll be speedrunning the CDI games. Those aren't 3D, so, you know. When a game is ported, that means that it's just, like, released on a different console without, like, any changes or anything, basically. Or with, like, very minimal changes. Right, like, Skyrim has been ported to basically any machine that will run it at this point, for instance. Oh, come on. This guy is very slippery right now for some reason. Also, thanks for the good luck forged quietly. Welcome to the stream. Turn around, you. Alright. Hello, hello, Benny. Welcome to what will probably be the last attempt of the day. I think the goats in my PB were like 22 seconds, probably. Nice. Did indeed get the box breaker. Yeah, unfortunately, the displacement clipping technique doesn't work in HD, which makes sense because the Door of Time skip this whole time was also just a displacement clip, and that also did not work in HD, so it's not surprising that none of the other ones work in HD. So, hello, Matt. It's good to see you, too. Well, no, rupee sliding does work in HD, but the actual, like, getting close to the wall part is what HD can do. My camera did become blurry. Well, I mean, like, if you did a... like, rupee sliding works in HD. Like, Link still moves when he does a pickup item animation. Like, it is not accurate to say that rupee sliding does not work. Because if you wanted to take 9 hours to rupee slide through the Pogate in HD, you could. Well, HD EMS actually only requires one pickup slide now. Hello. Not mean to jump there, and that messed up my movement. As Human Link can get to the Sacred Grove early without a pickup slide, but you still need to do one to get past the first room as Human Link. Unfortunately. What happened is I found a way to get out of bounds as Human Link in North Farron Woods. Get to Sacred Grove early in HD. It does require, unfortunately, getting the slingshot, which means that EMS in this game wouldn't save as much time as it otherwise would if we didn't have to collect the slingshot, but... it would still be EMS, and it would still save time. Nice. Thanks, Kako. Though it needs Slingshot purely because the current method of doing it requires getting a seed drop to, which I guess is still a pickup animation, but you're not using the pickup animation for moving Link. Essentially, we use the pickup animation to not slide off of a slippery slope too quickly. Because we essentially do a long jump attack onto a slippery slope, collect the slingshot seeds so that we can then do a roll off the slippery slope to a non-slippery slope that then lets us get out of bounds properly. Like, I guess in theory you could do it with just a rupee, like a blue rupee, but I don't think that would be RTA viable, because getting the blue rupee over to where it needs to be would require having to, like, drop it from the Gale Boomerang without collecting it multiple times in a row. Which would be very inconvenient to do. And yeah, at least currently you would need the blue rupee text to Grove slide anyway. But, like, in theory, if there's a way to get past that first room without needing to do that slide, like there's just a different clip you can do somehow that doesn't require a blue rupee, then, why did I target there? Not supposed to target there. I mean, getting Master Sword, I don't think would even be helpful for low percent, even if you could do it regularly. Or EMS specifically, since... Oh, actually, I guess it... Well, I don't know. Because if you did have EMS, you would skip getting Zora armor, but then you'd have to get a bomb bag, which would still be the same amount of items. Darn it. Got the cutscene. I guess you could steal a temporary bomb bag on HD. I'm not actually sure if that counts as getting an item or not for low percent, so I don't know. I guess if that doesn't count as getting an item, then yeah, you could just do that. I mean, I thought that the... I mean, I know there's a slope in front of the door actor, but I thought that, like, the two polygons that were... that, like, made up the front of the door actor were perfectly vertical then. The geometry on an actor had an 88-degree angle? So, I guess that confuses me, because... at least, like, doing testing on GameCube, like, there were positions that I could stand at with Link, where if I then changed my position just, like, in Dolphin Memory Engine to be, like, in the wall, like, not through the wall, but in the wall in the displacement range, then, like, I was able to just get within the displacement range with no resistance. Which at least I thought was an indicator that, like, it would be possible somehow, just the fact that there's a limitation, that there's the slope in front of the door was not gonna make it work ever, most likely. Though I did then also try, like, making those position jumps with, like, a speed value instead of just, like, manually editing the position, and that's when it didn't work. Even if, like, Link's projected position went to the exact same value, then I still wouldn't be able to get in. That rupee is very far away. And yeah, the other thing for at least TPHD is that early Forest Temple, or not early Forest Temple, excuse me, EMS would allow you to skip beating Forest Temple. Really? That was a slow swing? Wow, this monkey was terrible. Thanks, monkey. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm, like, still somewhat confused, because there definitely seemed to be a range where, like, Link could stand in the wall, but then where, like, if you held a direction, he would get pushed back out. I mean, I guess, like, in theory, a wall doesn't have to be perfectly vertical for the technique to work. Like, if the wall, like, if for the full length of Link's, or the full height of Link's collision cylinder, like, the wall stays within that range, that, like, you can displace yourself into a wall, then, like, in theory, you should also be able to displace yourself into a wall that has a slight angle to it, but 88 degrees sounds like it would be too much of an angle, just at face value, but obviously I didn't do any math behind that. Getting Slingshot also requires you to get Fishing Rod. So it would be 2 extra items. Which is also why, with current knowledge, EMS wouldn't be useful even for low percent. I guess, yeah, there's also the Forest Temple boss key. I didn't think about that. Well, yeah, so, like, what I was able to do then was hack my coordinates from being on, like, the correct side of the door to then being inside of the door with no resistance from the game. As long as the coordinates were, like, very specific, right? But then the issue was, if I tried to then, like, stand at those coordinates and then, like, modify Link's speed value so that he would then end up at those new coordinates that were inside the door that worked with hacking, then it still wouldn't work. Was the issue that I ran into. Yeah, I mean, I can send you the coordinates that I wrote down, that made it work, like, after I'm done with stream. Oh, roll. Hello. Because there were, like, multiple sets of coordinates that I tried. One on the left side, one in the middle, and one on the right side. Because at one point I had an idea that, like, maybe it might only work in the center, because, even though that's where the two sides of the door come together, that's also where Link doesn't collide with the polygons that, like, go down into the middle of the door. But that didn't seem to make any difference at all when I was testing. I guess the other thing that also mattered, that I didn't realize at first, is that hacking Link's Y value was also important. Like, if I just hacked his XZ coordinates, then it wouldn't work, but if I also hacked the appropriate Y coordinate, then it would work for hacking his coordinates into the correct place. Because his Y coordinate would change from, like, 1707 to 1709 or something like that. Alright, 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, well. But yeah, the slope definitely complicates things, and, like, even if a displacement clip is possible in theory, the thing that would still suck is that, like, the most displacement I was able to ever get doing a roll stab on the slope was, like, 34.08 speed, which in theory would be fine if the different, like if the intersection of the floor and the wall was perfectly 90 degrees, but with like the hacked position thing, the most, or like the least displacement I could get was like 35.6 or something. And that was horizontal displacement, not total displacement involving the y coordinate also. Also, yeah, the grove trees do have some actually vertical walls that like prevent you from getting around them weirdly, I guess. But yeah, the actual trees behind those vertical walls do also have collision, which kind of sucks. Oh, actually, hold on. This doesn't have anything to do with the first room, but I just remembered that I was thinking about like the other things in Sacred Grove, and I remembered that like in Sacred Grove 2, when you have to do the Skull Kid chase, if you shoot the out-of-bounds Skull Kid, you can essentially skip, like, the first 2 sections of the Sacred Grove chase. So if there's a way that you can do just, like, a displacement clip through, like, a wall that would then allow you to shoot an arrow through the wall, that would also work. So the weird shot that you can do without glitches is only possible on Wii. Otherwise, we would do it in this run. But for GameCube, you could potentially save some time there if you could do a displacement clip to then still shoot the Skull Kid. I mean, I think the Skull Kid is always loaded, so there'll be, like, a bunch of different potential walls that can work for it. Any wall that allows you to get an angle looking up at him without clipping back in bounds with the bow. I actually don't know if you can shoot arrows out of bounds with displacement clipping, though. So that would be the first thing to see if it's possible or not, because, like, I know there's some stuff you have to do to make sure the claw shot doesn't push you back in bounds. What's the significance of the number of jumps the monkey makes? So Ook, like the number of jumps that Ook does isn't guaranteed, like it's random. So ideally Ook will hop the least amount of times possible, which per cycle of the fight is twice. So anytime Ook hops more than twice in a row is essentially time that we're just losing to RNG, which is why we count the number of Ook hops. Yeah, the Pogate skip with the out-of-bounds seam walk is possible in HD. It does require us to get Shield Bash, though, because there's no way for us to consistently get across the quicksand, the out-of-bounds quicksand, without Shield Bash. It would be relevant in all dungeons for GameCube for the Skull Kid shot. Maybe 100%, but I don't think so, because 100% already does Grove 2 skip in the other way. It would just be the practice save that's before entering Temple of Time. Or, like, before Temple of Time for the All Dungeons ones. Also, yeah, no world records. Like, you would still skip, or no, sorry, you wouldn't skip Shield Bash, because, Shield Bash is one item and the 3 postals are 3 items. So, like, the EMS is not relevant for whether or not we get Shield Bash in low percent. Alright, Lenene, we'll see you later. Hope that the nap is good. Unfortunately, Stooges, the new clips do not work in HD. Double Howard, wow. Also, thanks for the good luck as well, Cubex. Thanks for the good luck, Notadiac. Good afternoon, Darkness Mist? Darkness Mist? Something like that. This run's not actually that bad right now. It has an okay start. Ow, what? Oh. Alright, well, that was not great. Oh, I guess, I forgot, if temporary items count, getting the slingshot also requires getting the wooden sword, even though it gets replaced, or, erased later from your inventory. over here, Cargarok. Yes. Wolflink does dash faster in some areas than others. In bigger areas like Hyrule Field and Lake Hylia, he dashes about 1.5 times the speed in slower areas. Or actually not that much, I think it's like 1.3 or 1.25 maybe or something. But it is faster. And also, for some reason, in Orden Village, he has the faster movement speed, even though Orden Village is not a particularly big map. As far as you're aware, the only temporary items that count are keys. Okay, yeah, so in that case, then Wooden Sword doesn't matter. Epona's speed also changes depending on where you are, but Epona's speed can also get clamped in Hyrule Field even as well if you're at like a point in the map that's meant to transition between two bigger parts. So like when you're in the section of the map that's between Hyrule Field and Lake Hylia, then the like Epona's speed is clamped to only go like I think 60% of her top speed or something like that. No, so in HD, you can't skip the wooden sword by clipping through the gate, because, as far as we know, you can only clip through the gate with Epona, and at that point, after you get the slingshot, Colin doesn't let you get on Epona again until you complete the wooden sword and slingshot tutorials. What is my next planned non-Zelda game to try casually? I don't know. There's not any, like, upcoming game that is gonna be released that I plan on trying casually. At least at the moment. There's, like, any number of, like, games that are already released that I haven't played yet that I could try casually, though. Like, at some point, I'll finally get around to playing Hollow Knight. I've heard of Deadlock, but I thought Deadlock was in, like, only, like, essentially private testing still, and was not just available to try. But if it's, like, a hero shooter, I probably wouldn't play it unless, like, my friends wanted to play it. And well, why must the card rock exist? It would have been slow, but it would have been fine if the card rock hadn't come down. Alright, well, apparently I need to work on holding up, because for some reason that was a big issue today. So, unfortunately, I think that will probably be it for today. But thank you guys for watching today. Hope that y'all had fun, and we will be back on Wednesday with more attempts. So, that is the plan. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.